vanilla chai, or was that something else?
I added the Frappuccino stuff into it.
The powder?
Yeah, just a little bit, not the full thing.
Because there's something about that. I tasted it to be sure it wasn't too hot. There's something in that you could taste that I really like.
Oh, you can have some of it. Just, I don't put a lot in there. I do a half cup of what they have in the cup thing. Anyways, love you, hon. I need to get back to streaming. Hey y'all, this is Ishnai Ciarfox. Welcome to my stream. We're gonna do some stuff tonight. ADHD rules! We're gonna do some battlefield stuff. I got up a level or so. I'm probably going to add in... I did record at least one of the storyline things, and I probably will add it into this stream. Probably about right now in the editing process, so if there's suddenly a jump cut feel. But right now I'm real quickly waiting for the timer. Oh, I have 10 minutes. Hey, Wolfie, how are you? Oh, I also need to go over and, of course, money for, Doman. So guess what? And also, how are you doing? 2 conversations at once. Mom agreed to do a stream with me. We'll need to work out the logistics of it. So it'll be basically me trying to explain what's going on. And figuring out how to get her own mic. Well, I have old mics that I could probably do, but trying to get it. Your contribution has always had a profound effect on the Enclave. So we're gonna have some mama... Yeah, she knows... We tried to get her to start playing WoW until I took over her account. So, Mizuki informs me that the Risai Juku is now everything it needs. All of the necessary books and writing materials have been procured, and the school itself is the perfect environment for learning. Shall we go and see for ourselves? While it was not my intention to eavesdrop, I could not help overhearing you might be visiting the school. I did have a message for you, but it seems no longer it needs to be delivered. Hi, Ozan! Oh my, your clothes. Come now. What's so strange about seeing a Doman man dressed to the traditional manner? Truth be told, most of us former refugees were glad for the chance to put on something more comfortable. I'll accept the children, that is. They've grown so accustomed to their Eorzean clothing that they're reluctant to wear anything else. Far be it for me to deny them when they are so adamant. But yeah, I love her. But it's probably going to be one of those story quest things. It's not going to be a particularly... Ah yes, that reminds me. The little ones wanted me to bring you to the school. Apparently they have something to show you. I wonder what it could be. Thank you for letting us know, Hozan. Well then, Ishnai, shall we adjourn? Yeah, they were trying to make it a secret, but it didn't work. And apparently she can hear me downstairs, so she can hear some of the conversations when it's really loud. And apparently, I am embarrassed out of my fucking mind. She also finds it hilarious. I know! Especially with me laughing about a horse cock the other day. Oh my god! Ah! Hozan mentioned that the students have something they would like us to see. May I ask what it is? Perhaps I should let the children explain. Look, look! Upon the wall! Well, she used to own a pony, but it was a female, and she saved up money for the pony, and the pony ended up, getting scared by a bee and getting hit by a car. So... But that was when she was a child. About 11 or 12. I wonder if they ever update the map now that we started getting more locations open. I'm not sure. That seems like a detail that could be overlooked. Miss gave it to us when we left Revenant's Toll. So we don't forget Eorzea. And all the adventures we had there. I also will probably have to explain her some of the terminology now that I think about it. This is gonna be fun. We asked some of the grown-ups to frame it and hang it on the wall. You like it too, don't you, miss? Yes, anything that tells us about the world beyond our borders is welcome here. And it brings me great relief to know that there are those in Eorzea who would go out of their way to aid us Domans like us. But surely such a large, meticulous crafted map is worth a substantial amount of gil. There must be some way we can repay your friend. Well, she said she didn't need it anymore. We still thanked her, though. Have you never seen a map like this before, miss? A lot of people have them in Revenant's Toll. Big ones, small ones, all sorts. I must admit this is the first time I've seen one of this sort. Until recently, we had few chances to lay eyes on anything Eorzean. Also, as a warning, let me check the weather again. We might be getting storms tonight, so if the internet suddenly cuts out, top hat for your bun bun. Nice! Is it like the song one, or a different one? Show you kinds of treasure. There's one for making small things look bigger, and another for reading the stars. And I've got a chocobo! Well, a stuffed one anyways. They're big birds you can ride like horses. Well, I've been riding mine around the Enclave for a bit. Hey, miss! Do you see the big desert on the map? That's where Udall is, and the Revenant Toll is next to it. I haven't unlocked my island sanctuary. This is my island in this one. And I'm sorry for depressing you with the Velveteen Rabbit story. Maybe one day we could travel to lots of new places like Ishnai. We can explore the lands under the white clouds. Under those white clouds, yeah. It sounds like I could stand to learn a few things from you, my dears. Okay, sorry, I'm getting my Spotify set up. You and the other former refugees have much more to share with the rest of Doma. Well, hopefully I can distract you a little bit. Perhaps we can compile your experiences into a tome. Minazuki was not exaggerating when she told me how well the children had taken to the new Risaijuku. It's another sign that life is returning to the way it was prior to the occupation. Even with the Empire driven from this lands, we must remain vigilant to the problems without our borders. Which reminds me, the Kudzu have received another proposal. Another Domans who were once subscribed into the Carlane forces have banded together to patrol the Enclave to keep the area free from trouble. They wish to establish their own barracks by the Ginkai? Ginka? My comrades and I agreed this is indeed a worthy endeavor, and shall be channeling funds towards its development. Come to the Kudzu if you would like to know more. Not to make you suddenly sad on the mood. How's the job stuff going? I hope the children never have to live under oppression again. Therefore, I'll do everything in my power to educate them, so they will grow up to defend the freedom so many died for. Anything new? I want to help Yoza and Koharu when they get into trouble. If I read lots of books, I can give them good advice. Okay. So, it's coming up at least. I can't wait to be grown up and go wherever I like. Then I'll travel around all around the world. The Enclave would be a great place to play hide and seek, don't you think? We should play after school. I am not sure the teacher will be happy about that if you break anything. Where should I go on my first adventure? Maybe I'll go see Mr. Boulder. Maybe Mr. Boulder will come see you. Who knows? Though he's rather busy right now. It's suddenly not raining when I just teleport just a little whiles away. God, the weather. Oh, I forgot to check the actual weather. Sorry. Actually, yeah, it's supposed to 95% chance in the next hour to rain, but it's supposed to slow down through the evening. I hope this day finds you well, Ishnai. If you have any questions regarding the construction app, no. Let me donation box. On behalf of the Kutsu, Ishnai, thank you for your support. The basic foundations for the barracks are already in place, and construction is progressing well. The day it is completed cannot come soon enough. Mato is in charge. She's likely standing outside, trying to look stern. Do be so good and see if he needs any assistance. Greetings, you're Ishnai, correct? Kosakura has told me all about you. The two of us are childhood friends, and she keeps me informed on the activities on the Kudzu. I am Mato, head of the Enclave Guard. As you can see, we're in the midst of constructing our new base of operations. It'll be used primarily as a place to train when we are not on duty. Our patrols help to ensure that no roaming beasts make their way inside. We also inspect various areas of the Enclave, identifying places where accidents might occur. With all this building work, it's practically everywhere contains a hazard of some sort. So basically, my lovely area where I will have as many bruises as possible because I'll trip over invisible objects. Mato, can we have a word? Very well, keep it brief. We are wondering, when are we supposed to change shifts? I thought I made it clear, every half a bell. Ah, in that case, we have some apologizing to do. Perhaps I should revise the schedule. How do you measure half a bell anyways? Ahem, until recently, Hikaru and his troops patrolled the Enclave. Now they've been asked to forego that in order to deal with more urgent concerns. After all, their role is to protect the whole of Doma, not just the Enclave. As such, we citizens must find a means to protect ourselves. That is our reason for forming the Enclave Guard. Most of our members were forced to serve the Empire during the occupation, so they are glad to finally have the opportunity to do something for Doma's sake. Being conscripted soldiers, they were given some degree of training. They would have been used as little more than cannon fire in the event of actual combat, though. But at least they were worthy of being chosen. You see, I'm not the biggest of Lupin, and I've always suffered from a weakness in the knees. I mean, in the legs. Normally, being small and light makes one nimble, but not in my case. It did mean, however, that I was spared from conscription. Not that being left behind was much easier. Most of my friends were taken away, while I was powerless to help them. Part of me was glad that I could stay here, which made me realize that deep down I was not but a coward. One thing I gained, perhaps the only thing, was the unrivaled knowledge of the nooks and crannies of the Enclave. All that scurrying around trying to avoid Garlean meant I knew all the best hiding places. With the Imperials Guard gone, I started showing these spots to the Doman soldiers on patrol, and before long they put me in charge of the Enclave Guard. We're only a group of volunteers, but it is a great honor. Now that I am finally able to make myself useful, I want to do everything in my power to repay the trust they've shown me. Once your donations will not go to waste, I promise. I wasn't really worried about it, quote unquote, going to waste. Oi. By the way, the Velveteen Rabbit is all the way from the Victorian era. That's the reason why I was able to give you a copy of it. So, the illustrations for that one. There's even an animated, like, 30-minute movie based on it. Thank you for your support. Please inform me a great side in rebuilding the Enclave. Oh, the barracks is finished? Between the time that it took me to walk over here? The answer is yes. Damn, if I had this level of speed. Speed. Okay, 5K. That's what I thought. Ha! I guessed correctly. I was smart and actually guessed correctly. Woo! Alright. Know the battlefield. Obviously, I'm gonna use my Dragoon. I also need to probably do Pixie stuff. I didn't do any of the reputation stuff that needs to be done. Stress Soldier. Stress Soldier seeks your counsel regarding... Beg your pardon, belayed Ciarfox. Might I speak to you for a moment? It concerns Master Godot and the resistance weapons. I presumed he already explained the method by which Gunhealers blades refine their weapons. That being combined combat with formidable enemies. Master Garot and Zaltan intended to employ similar methods to enhance the resistant weapons, but they have hit something of a stumbling block. To make matters worse, Master Garot, for reasons he refuses to explain, will offer no suggestions as to how they might proceed. Try as he might, Zaltan cannot convince him to expound on his thoughts, and quite frankly, we are at a loss. Beat him till the information comes out, right? Or, no. Give him booze. Might we prevail on you to inquire after Master Garot? Okay, apparently. Sober proposal. What do I need for that? Okay, I'll have to be level 80. What do you want? Oh, it's you. Now, I know you're thinking what you're thinking, but don't you go believing what other nonsense they've been spouting about me work. Everything's going according to plan. He told me much the same, and I believed him too, at first. Yet he refuses to speak to me about this supposed work. Should I take my eyes off him for even a moment, a mug of ale will surely find its way into his hands. That's bollocks, and you know it. Where would I even keep all those alleged ale, any? Huh? Behind the forge, in the forge, buried beneath the palm tree next to your tent, the ammunitions depository. Anyone with a nose can tell you when you've put it back of you. Humph, shows what you know. The ale in the ammunitions depository was shipped with the rest to the front line. Couldn't knock one back even if I wanted. I got nothing. At least ye forget, I furnished the entire squad of soldiers with their resistance weapons. Don't you think you being a wee demanding, breathing down my neck for more than bells and whistles? It was trouble enough forging them in the first place, without me amused, well. Is there a problem? It's the inscriptions. Can't bloody figure out how to refine them. Not to mention they're getting in the way of any other improvements I might be able to make. Trouble is, what really give the weapons their teeth. Their design, their materials used to forge them, that's mostly for show. If you want your weapons to have more kick, the magic the inscriptions need to be more potent. I don't even know where to begin. It is indeed a curious predicament. How did the Gunhilder's Blade of Eld accomplish this, I wonder? Any thoughts? Do I look like a blacksmith, at least of the level? Perhaps they used a focus crystal. A crystal focus? You mean those doodad what the seers used? By the sounds of it, the Bojans used crystals for damn near everything that had to do with memory. Even keeping those memories of their fighting techniques. Oh, capsules! Memory capsules! Knowledge capsules! Ooh, references! That reminds me, recently received a most interesting report from Gunhilder's Blades. Since taking the resistance weapons into hand, they've come across peculiar new crystals on the field, quite unlike any previously discovered. That could be just what I'm looking for. There's no reason to believe they couldn't use those crystals on weapons, right? I'd wager me last flagon of ale, the Boljans could use the crystals in their memories of battle to strengthen the enhancements on those inscriptions. Well, that's what I'm hoping. Well, it may be too soon to judge such conclusion. It certainly warrants investigation. Exactly, and me hunches when it comes to weapon work ain't never wrong. Of course, we don't know for sure until we try a few out for ourselves, eh? I'll see if I can think of a way to work these memories into me plans. In the meantime, you two can get define as many as you can. Define as many as you can. Also, how long will he remain sober? Since it says a sober proposal. For want of memory. As an astrologian. Right then, as we discussed with Master Garot, I would ask you to procure memories for your weapon. If I may be frank, it's quite a relief to know we aren't needing to rely on Mr. Swarwina for this endeavor. Fashioning weapons for the new Gunhilder's Blade was taxing enough on our coffers. Gods, I shudder to think what more she could demand as payment. Your souls! Ahem, but I digress. Perhaps first we should consider what manner of memory would be suitable for our purposes. They should be memories of battles, of course, but the weapon's lineage can be traced back to Boja, so perhaps memories of battle on the southern front would be ideal. And to add a personal touch, I should think a memorable battle from places in your past would do nicely. Estimates we need 3 varieties of memories, 20 of each. When you gathered what we need, we consult Master Garot on how to best proceed. of the Dying. Oh, Fates. Oh. Well, at least that's nice that I can go back with lower weapon things. Hey, Fox, how are you? Oh, ouch, ouch. As somebody who's gotten it 4 times already, I think 4 or 3. But yeah, it sucks. It absolutely sucks. Especially after, you know, having a shot that's supposed to, you know, help prevent the worst of it and having an allergic reaction to said shot. Ouch. Ouchie, ouch, ouch. I didn't have that pain, I just had problems breathing. Where I had to, like, kind of sit up to sleep. I don't know, feeling like you're drowning, not in water, is absolutely fucking terrifying. Like, waking up. I lost taste buds for all the times. That was no fun either. Though the losing the taste buds didn't last as long. The last time I had it. What am I doing? Oh, I am full of... First, your father was exposed. Yeah, it's really hard when a loved one gets exposed because you end up almost trying to take care of them. And then you end up having to try to take care of both. Oh yeah, some of the, like, for the longest time, it kept showing up as negative. And the thing is, we had all the symptoms of it. Add. Okay. Yaddy, 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 yaddy. That was fun. Blacksmith and Oku's working. I mean, you enjoying that, I'm guessing? Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait till it goes down in price before I even think about getting. Oh, you beat it? Okay. Got to the true ending. Oh, there's multiple endings? Goodness. Alright. Two endings. So true ending and normal ending question mark? Ah. How hard is trying to get the true ending? Is it like going around and doing certain puzzles? Is it... I'm gonna have to probably teleport. I figured it'd be a challenge. Patience, determination. Patience is probably not on my list of things I have. And killing the boss that kills you. So, vengeance. Alright, we're going over here. Start on the main... I didn't last very long in the... told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seedseer and the Sultana. Oh, good! 3 of the most powerful women in the room, in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall we show them in? I mean... My apologies for calling you away from Charlian at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. Twas only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers. It's only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It's reassuring to learn we're all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? Sending me in there, right? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlian, the allied nations have been engaged in separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sengun, Ixal, and Antna have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Rad Az-Han has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. And it's you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way, again. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Joy Boys at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ishbard contingent. To think such progress has been made in such a short span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they serve the Joy Boys every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it's the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I'm only asking that in choosing to remember that we do not forsake our compassion and morality, for without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urange observed in the capital. You know, have to face off against my absolutely not best friend. Deluded person. Though its purpose remains unclear, there is reason to believe that the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zod was toppled, we failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Joy Boys. There's certainly no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be sustained by Y'shtola's analysis of the tower's influence on the ethereal currents. Based on our observations inside the Tower of Zalt, the Spires siphon aether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of aether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it's not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to a larger spire in the capital. There's logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, will bring their schemes crashing down, along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what would you have us do? I'm assuring it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ishbard contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Violence! Violence! Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. Why me? I don't like any of these answers. For the people of Garlemald. Couldn't put it better myself. I mean, I could have, but... Yustola, Thancred, and Urianger have already pledged their support, and are on their way to meet with the rest of the contingent. Once you have delivered the warding sails to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ishbard. Radabon and Lord Aelmic are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourself known upon arrival. Pack warm clothes and furs alike. I mean, it's not like I haven't been to, you know, Ishgard. Without it, cold will do you in before the Joy Boys so much as draw seal. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now, go, safe in the knowledge that Eorzea will be as you left it or better upon your return. The epic music. Running. Oh, flying there. Oh, fancy meeting you here. I trust our mutual friend is setting into life as a scion. Collaboration was never his forte. The moment the fighting ended, off he'd go, like a gale cat swept upon a strong breeze. Good that you're saying this right in front of him, but rest assured he'll always be there when you need him. Probably. If Aelmic asks after me, say I'm getting on fine and leave it at that. Don't you dare breathe a word about the cord. I love that I have to talk through them. I must quiz Thancred and Urianger on the conditions we can expect in Garlemald. I know it's cold, but how cold? Well, I need to keep my ears covered. They can be a bit sensitive at times. Oh, really? Not filing away that information for reasons. I'll admit, this is all rather daunting, though not quite in the way I was expecting. We'll be standing shoulder to shoulder with our alliance's finest, the best of the best. The warrior light and, well, me. Silly, I know. Perhaps this is my way of distracting myself from the part I should be worried about. Marching into Garlemald. Alphino, how long have you been with me? You shouldn't think of me as warrior of light. We're friends. Like, that's just a vaunted title that I don't like. You know, I'm looking quite forward to seeing who's selected for the Ishbard contingent. I have a few people in mind. Care to make a friendly wager? I mean... I haven't seen Lucia in a while. Can we go with her? She's actually protecting Ishgard, probably. The Wanderers return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Aelmic be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize... Oh, shame! Why can't I have my two boys with me? Various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we've seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defense if efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ishbard contingent. The very suggestion that we send some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid into the, Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Well, I mean, that's nothing new for you. No offense. Love can't please them all. Sadly not, though I'll do my best. Truth be told, I'd rather be at your side, charging in the fray. Alas, I've my battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Aramek's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. Asterix. As you fight the good fight in any other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Hi. Who'd have guessed? Who'd have thunk? I wonder. Word of your exploit travels quickly. From what I gathered, the protective talisman you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of our people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us? Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Joy Boys have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every moot of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone will place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I travel within Illisbard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of former Gatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. I doubt they'll be pleased to see the champion of Eorzea set foot on Garlean soil. A fair point, but so long as you refrain from announcing your arrival and all, somebody's gonna though. And sundry, the average person should have no inkling as to your identity. Though your titles and deeds are common knowledge, only a select few would recognize you on sight alone. Perhaps one day they'll learn that the Warrior of Light is not a demon to be feared, but a woman deserving of their trust. No, I shouldn't. I am just a single, neither good nor bad person. In the light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I will stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. I wonder who! And if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you, all of you. Bye, hon! No. What's the level on that one? Yeah, that's definitely better. Oh, fuck, I like, and I can dye it. Give me a second. Give me a second. Ah! Let me see. I might have a longer skirt that might work with that. I've been thinking I've been wanting to... What's the dye? Mm. Problem with that. Kind of gives that. Nothing. Me just, you know, not... Trying to get this to work because I really like the coloration. Everything I do is sus. I can't dye those though. Ah. So what are you up to? Is this okay? Just really like the design of the... I just hate that it's green back there. Like, it doesn't quite work. I mean, look at this so far. There is no second dye color, sadly. So I guess I'm stuck with the other stuff. I'll find... I don't use a black mage, though. Ah. Maybe there exists somewhere in the world that... something. Well, if you like it, you like it. I'm hoping to soon find something new for my red mage, as much as I like this outfit. I feel like I've just had it a bit too long. Like Gaius, I too stand accused of Varus' murder, though I am rather less recognizable in sight. Still, it's something to bear in mind once we reach Garlemald. Well, you did tie back your hair, and that, you know, people are stupid. I neglected to mention to you earlier, we received a report from our church that troops that may interest you. While engaged in a lunar primal, a great worm swooped down from the skies above and came to their aid. This worm, as described, is the splitting image of Tiamat. It would seem she too continues to wage war against the Joy Boys. Once we've seen the contingent on its way, I'll return to my duties here in Alamigo. As many of our most capable will be traveling with you to Garlemald, we who remain will have to fight much harder to make up for the difference. But let no man say I did not welcome the challenge. This old bull isn't ready to hang up his horns yet. Regardless of how my countrymen receive you, the cold will not treat you kindly. Estimate at your own peril. I suppose it's easy for some people to forget their citizens in Garlemald, too, when only the Imperials they've ever known are soldiers. With the knowledge that our allies will hold the line in our absence, we may devote our attention to the Isilbardian front. So that is Gaius Belsar, the horrors he must have seen. Many of his own making, I do not doubt. Are you giving me cold weather stuff so that I have to go back through and, you know, find out how to get it to fit in? The other members of the contingent gather in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you're ready. Anything different? No. Remaining members of the Scions. Your friends and most of the Short meet you inside. Would you like to see me through? Yes.
By the 12.
Wait, no way! The people that, like, I
Glad
had
you could join
in,
us.
like, class quests
I
to
hope
some
you don't
degree.
mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
That's cool!
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose.
I wonder, I'm guessing
We
the
fight
interactions
not
will be
only for the
different
sake of
according...
Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
Oh my god, the boy is there! Ah! He will be strangled! I mean, I said nothing.
Indeed, which is why
Oh,
I'm
she-
glad to find
yes,
myself
she
in the
gets to come
company
on.
of many trusted
It's been
comrades,
forever.
yourselves included.
My sweetie!
Lucia!
Well, she's also good because she knows Garlemald too.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. and for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
Yep.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
I just realized the other
Allow me to
classes
introduce
will
you to the
also
rest of our
realize
company.
that I've been cheating on them with other classes. So,
Everyone! If I may have your attention.
I'm a perfect American bitch. Yes, I am a perfect American bitch.
Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must, I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation.
And
Here
he
on
has
behalf
left his
of my
home.
esteemed
That's
sister,
awesome.
The Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
You have a deeper
Of
voice for a
course,
child.
with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
This is awesome.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
You.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten.
I don't know, I kicked your ass enough times.
Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship.
Well, all I can trust is the fact that I can kick your ass if you're not well.
So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give it course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Why are we bringing the General of Uda with us, though? The Pippin?
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we.
Are you leader here?
The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow.
Yeah, black mages burn
That's
everything.
where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
Hope you haven't gotten rusty.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction.
We're never letting you live that down.
With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us.
Ryonji, look at the cards!
And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until
Bullshit.
then,
No
let's
rest.
give it our all.
It is a Final Fantasy that is not final.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require.
Oh, sweetie, I believe you. I trust you.
The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission.
Hi, stranger!
Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Fuck off! Fuck
Lord
off!
Emanolain.
Fuck off!
Ah, yes. Emanolain de Forton, at your service.
I want your older brother!
Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that.
Yeah, good that you're not begrudgingly here or anything, you bastard. If you call me old girl again, I will stab you so hard.
But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
Alright, I gave him another chance. Murder! I dare say your fancy footwork may all stand between us and certain doom.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of daring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Or they're already here.
The Shinobi of Doma.
They're already here.
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Oh, God. Please, please, Almighty!
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach.
I mean, you could include fruit instead. But please, please, put this youngin' over here in his place, please.
But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter
Man,
to the enemy.
he's up here.
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
Step on me! I mean...
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since
everybody
domain
could
is
be
so
distracted
vast that
by...
I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Everybody could be distracted by, you know, bunny women.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused.
I don't want anything to do with Xenos.
Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy.
They aren't all white. Also, Radabon's not here, and he's tan. And he's not
and working
white.
Against and with Garlemald.
She's blue.
There's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we.
Black there.
So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders.
That guy back there is green.
Maxima, who stands with us today, tried to reform Garlemald from within and make peace with Doma.
There's a black guy back there. There's a green guy over here, too.
So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy. But we're all determined to make this world a better place.
There's another green guy right there. Hey, look at that! There's a red guy!
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything
there's a
you
purple
said
person back there, too. And there's McGinney. And there's a red person back there. There's a...
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garland Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous
And of course,
part
she's
of our
black,
journey.
and she's amazing. She's amazing. She's hot and amazing. It kicks ass.
However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military,
an excited thing about murdering people?
In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Yeah, and one of the bunnies is dark-skinned. Not including the cats. Yeah, let's talk to everybody. Hi, you. I'm here representing the Marauders Guild. It's my job to keep the smiths out of harm's way. Mind you, with the hammers of theirs, they can put a fair fight themselves. With a bit of luck, this will all be over done with before you know it. Yeah, they do. Yeah. Let's say they do remember you. Axeman a visit. He still tells all the new recruits the time he killed Kuja and avenged that boy's parents. I remember like it was yesterday. Have you learned your place, sir? Until the Empire fell, Garleans were the only ones we were allowed to impose tariffs upon the sea. Weren't easy pickings, but I made myself a pretty gill. Since they've been so generous to me and mine, perhaps it's time I return the favor and give a little something back. Greetings, Ishnai. The time has come for us Marines to show our valor upon the battlefield, and who see us will know our name and quake before our might. Come to victory, hell or high water. In case you're wondering, Ishiva will be staying behind to defend the 12's Woods with my sister. She is of the opinion she would make an useful addition to our contingent, and we're eager to make good on her vow to accompany me as well, which is flattering, but ultimately it was decided her skills would be better put to use keeping our homeland safe. I am, of course, obliged to share her every detail when I return. Often has Father told me of the struggles by Alamigo in the days of occupation, and I too have crossed swords with the Empire on many occasions. Though Garlemald has long been our bitter enemy, Her Grace is elected to bolster the Ilsbar contingent with members of the Immortal Flames. As representatives of the Sultanate, we are one in our commitment on the cause. Hum, we came as quickly as we could. We will follow your example and devastate the Joy Boys to the full extent of our powers. Worry not for your brothers, Busi will return soon enough. It seems long ago we were sailing across the Ruby Seas and charging about the Azim Steppes with Serena and the others. See, we're all overdue for another adventure. It brings back memories to see so many familiar faces. We've been through so much together, good times and not so good. I expect Garlemald will be mostly the latter, but I'd like to believe we'll look back on those days more fondly in the years to come. Yeah, rose-colored glasses! But for that to happen, we'll have to make it out of this alive. Don't you die on me, No fucking promises. Gotta stay true to fanfics. I'm so glad I found you. I've for you a letter from Master Haman. Let's read it together, shall we? Now let's see here. I have every confidence that your fish shall bring the Joy Boys to their knees. And should you espy any beautiful maidens were there about, perhaps sing to them my praises. No. Charming, Master. Well, more fool for me to think that letter would contain something actually aspiring. Let's just forget this note exists and focus on the battle ahead. I cast my lot with the populares to bridge the divide between Garlemald and their territories, that all may be united in a common cause. But we were disparaged as a radical element. Dissenters looked to destabilize the Empire from within. Many friends and even my parents perished in unfortunate accidents. I too would have surely met the same fate had I not defected. Nevertheless, I still dream of bringing equality and peace for us all. As the world itself stands on the brink of collapse, I hold out hope that one day that dream will become reality. Well, if I knew what a social gathering would turn out to be, I would have dressed for the occasion. Still, this seems the perfect opportunity to mingle with other guests. Don't you dare. Would I be correct in assuming the ladies over there are Serena and Saru of the Steppes? Perhaps I should introduce myself, though I don't like the look of that fellow with the enormous axe. Good luck with Saru. Please, actually go over there now. Please, I want to watch the interaction. Well met, Ishnai, well met. It would seem that my machinists have been called upon to serve in a turn of events which, according to my prospo meter, proved quite the opportunity. I shall show the world the full extent of machinist's worth. Of that and more you can be sure of, my friend. Let me have a look of you. A touch nervous to enter the battlefield, perhaps? Well, I shall be there alongside you as Temple Knight serving with your fine van. Though I may not look it, I was as a dragoon. So you can be rest assured I will give them all I can in the coming fight. I certainly won't be shown up by you or Stinian. I have close ties with the scouts of the Eastern Alliance and various resistance group, and they're an absolute joy to work with. Yes, and I want Fran to step on me. Oh, did I talk to Lucia? I led troops in the battle many a time, but never a unit with such diverse range of talents. While I've been briefed on their capabilities, I expect you could provide additional insight to their strengths and weaknesses. I appreciate any advice you may have. Blessed are we to have made such countless steadfast allies over our journey of course. I wonder if I got higher up in all my levels that I'd have more people here. Indeed, we are joined today by many new acquaintances who, in time, we shall call our comrades and mayhap friends. I mean, they are some of them are part of our harem, so get to knowing each other. We've been part of joint military operations like this before, with far greater numbers. But for some reason, this feels different from our previous experiences. Despite having shared little more than introductions, there's already a palpable sense of camaraderie. Well, I already know a lot of them, so I'm half expecting to find the man who taught me red magic amongst our number, but he's nowhere to be seen. I know, right? I suppose he's had his share of unpleasant experiences with the Empire, but so have we all. Perhaps there's another reason. And, well, in any case, I have a feeling I'll see him again once this is all over. I'm sure he'll be pleasantly surprised by how much my sword play has improved since we last met. Well, same with me. This is extraordinary. To be in such company, the finest of our allies have to offer. With comrades such as these, we are bound to succeed. I'm certain of it. Don't jinx it! Did I expect to see the other former Azure Dragoon here of all places? As well as he knows, I'm not one for verbose greetings. We shall let our lances do the talking once we're on the battlefield. At least say hello! You don't have to say anything more than that. Then we'll see if the other has been diligent in his training. Okay, sir. One's older than the other. I'm glad to see you are well, Ishnai. Grandmother was worried for you. The night I agreed to come hither and join the contingent, the god sent her a strange dream. 2 suns, one burning red, the other frozen black. The closer they circled, the closer and closer. As they danced, the world fell to ruin. In blinding chaos, she spied blackened silhouettes, and knew at once that one was yours. Yet we know not how to interpret this dream. I guess that's a reference to me being an Asian reflection. Save a sign that a great danger awaits. But whatever lies ahead, I will walk with you, traveler. I care not for the Iron Men or their troubles. It is destiny for the weak to die in Even so, I do as I have agreed. I volunteered to join this band at Serena's request, and if she thinks it's a worthy cause, that is reason enough. Is this going to turn into an insult flinging thing? I'm not sure if I'm not sure if it's good the cohesion for the chat for this. Though they hail from different tribes, our bond has grown stronger of late. She's much better company on a hunt than any of the steppes oafish men could dream of. With the mole, champions of Nadam, and the Dothar having sent so many here, I thought it to defend the steppe in their absence. I would have done so were it not for my stepbrothers. They urged me to grant allies the sun's might, that his radiance might deliver them to them victory. What? Well, I must tolerate the presence of this feral Dothrathi dog as first among my brothers. I could do no less than accept the challenge. My deeds will become stuff of legends. I talked to everyone? Yes, I think I have. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle to simply survive in the harsh climate. They'll also likely provide tempering targets for abduction by the Joy Boys. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Oh, I get to talk to everyone again. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans. We are to keep them close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Ah, and before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands, in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. Is that a haiku? I don't think so. That felt like too many syllables, but I could be wrong. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like most of Othard, has been plagued by the towers, yet he could not be here. He wished to express his shared conviction. Hien and Yigiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppes and Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Same statement. Yes? So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to travel to distant lands. I wish to follow in the steps of Master Atoa and learn all that is to learn of the star we call home. Indeed, this is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the Twelfth Wood, much less enter into Imperial territory, is a rare privilege offered to a Pajal. Not that I'm tagging along to see the sights. The Garleans would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades should the fighting break out. I've heard you got something for us. I mean, I have something, yes, but I'm not going to punch you. Yet. The scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, aren't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. One more thing. I know what you're thinking. Why didn't they send Inizar instead? Bugger if I know. All that Admiral and Captain Affair told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future, and here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what a good old pirate is on dry land. In the middle of sodden snow of all places. Well, me and me crew do whatever it needs to do. So let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. Alright. The scale says Thus it says warding scales I spy. Not that I would know what they look like. I mean, they are called scales, so I mean, if it looks scaly, then it's a scale. Well, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell them they're bursting with aether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyways, this will give us one less thing to worry about, which leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. One way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Yeah, but I'm probably the one that's going to end up fighting him one-on-one, and I hate that idea. Wardings for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it? Yes, sweetie. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Aromek. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. I believe in you, hun. I trust you. Do you have the warding scale for me, too? Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You've been told by many to wear the code of Isilbard, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I'll be distributed specially made warming tinctures courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand they are no substitute for proper protection. Look, I like my short skirts, and by the property of being a RPG, it will keep me warm. I leave the provision of said protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to Almegan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I'll have the pilots ready the airships. Since my revival, I've been lax in expanding my limited wardrobe. To think I have time for a quick trip back to Old Charlian, I recall a rather fetching cloak. Preparations? I've got my armor and my lance. What more do I need? Layers. It's something of a constant refrain that we require warmer clothes. My present guard may be lacking, fur collar notwithstanding. New clothes for everybody! Concoctions to fortify the flesh against wind and cold are commonly sold in the Udarlan markets, though they are dubious provenance and efficacy. 'Tis said, however, that in recent days the Alchemist Guild hath produced a tincture capable of such a feat. Mayhap the achievements of the Thevarian counterparts did spur them to action, that they not be put to shame. Are you gonna actually put on new clothes or not, Iriange? I mean, I love your buff arms, but I mean, I'd prefer you alive rather than frostbitten. This coat is quite warm, but I'll have something rather thicker for occasions like these. There's no telling how long we'll be out in the open, and we can't go starting fires willy-nilly if we want to avoid detection. Alize, you have to, cover more than shorts. If you've got anything you still need to care of, better see to it now. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Urianger and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he's spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you should do likewise, provided you're not overly concerned with style. I mean, don't call me out like this. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. The Tataru appears out of nowhere. Hark! The cry of a scion who needs of a tailor, I hear? I was joking, but cool! But how? I have my ways. Oh yes, indeed. Though you could sneak off the Ishbard without telling me. Nothing escapes my notice. That's cute. Now, you will while these garments are made for you, whether you like it or not. Nothing dangerous about that statement. You never cease to amaze me. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion, rather the pursuit of highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? I did have one other thing to share. Ergumus and Romwenda have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back in the headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Sharlayan. Oh, why not? You can keep Kiri company at the, Bailson Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. I heard Argamus and Bewinda did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were laying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've got nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. And while I'm confident you will go collapsing again, because a certain someone who'd rather remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, yet, again, if anything similar or disastrous were to happen, I'll be well in a position to do something about it. Anyways, I've got a few things to take care of, then I'll make my way to Sharlayan. I really do hope these new clues are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Oh, sweetie. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. No, I love you. I love you, but, I am... Frostbite's gonna take me before I decide to wear that. At least with this outfit. Thank you, though. Sarah's desperately trying to refrain her, set you off on another perilous journey. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where you go with separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? No promises. I modeled your clothing on what Alphino and I wore when we journeyed to Lord Hoshafant's falling snow to Ishgard for the first time. In those days, I barely knew one end of the sewing needle from the other, and as you always had very individual tastes, I let you pick your own outfit. I'd like to think my skills have improved since then, but you do know what's more important than skill? Heart and soul. And there's plenty to be found in each and every one of my works. Sweetie. It's an honor to finally meet you. We of Garland Iron Works will be ferreting you and your contingent across the mountains into Garlemald. For many of us, it'll be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder is only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there's anything we might do of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. We're about to do an instance, aren't we? Ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Several cutscenes. I figured. Participate in battle. Save at certain points in the event you're defeated. There's no. If you enter battle, log out of the game, the progress will be lost. Well. Murder.
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
And then proceeds to be shot down, because that's usually what happened when I'm in, you know, flying things.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius.
Glacius. I'm surprised it's not Glacius.
The winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Youngest, Fortrams, aren't you supposed to be used to this kind of cold? Oh wait, you're highborn, you don't go out in it much.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Murder, cool.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number.
Murder, cool.
However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
I like the kind of dress thing she's wearing.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War.
Well, common enemy.
These former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Duh.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald. The very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How?
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment?
Sleep. We have sleep spell.
Not impossible. but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
I just realized he's back in the outfit that he was using
He
to
and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Materiel? Is that kind of like L'Oreal? Jokes, quips.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Do you have a better one?
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies.
I love your Shola's outfit!
As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm quite sure the leader of the Legatus know what I look like. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot... That's a badass outfit too, Thancred.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Y'shtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks.
Oh, good.
All right. Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives.
And am I doing
After
sneaky
we've
sneak?
withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. A blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
No promises.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
There could be a chance you not do it this time, but sure.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Threat awareness. Doing this.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Am I going the right direction? Fuck.
Must be losing my touch.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? That didn't work. That didn't work!
Damn, spotted.
Oh, that's annoying. I was hoping that, like, the distracted enough to...
Must be losing my touch. Must be losing my touch.
I'm failing at this so bad. I'm not gonna fight this. It's gonna be very easy.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count. Seven hells.
I tried. Do I have to be a certain distance away? Well hidden. Okay, I use a Bewilderness Bomb. Okay.
Damn, spotted.
How? It said that if I'm not hidden, but I feel like I was hidden on that. Has no effect on Imperial soldiers. Swift perception. Cannot be cast. Okay.
Damn, spotted.
How did... I just...
Must be losing my touch.
Where do you want me to hide? Okay, there.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned.
Is it though?
Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
It only lasts so long. Okay.
Must be losing my touch.
God damn it.
Seven hells.
It is unholy. At least I got a better idea of it now.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count. Must be losing my touch.
I'm gonna wait till it comes back around.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point. Must be losing my touch.
I'm sorry I'm not talking. I'm concentrating. God damn it. I went the wrong way. I went the wrong way. I went the wrong way. See? First time. You know? First time. First time.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
Yes, exactly.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. and let the fireworks begin.
Not big enough. A few moments later, at the rear of the contingent supply caravan. Explosions. I feel like the explosions should be bigger. I'm literally at the very rear. Cool.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now. If they haven't already.
We'll hear the explosions.
Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be alright, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Cups.
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Well... In this coming battle, you will fight as Ishnai Ciarfox. I'm hoping I will. I will be very unhappy if I'm suddenly playing as a certain other red mage when I am right the fuck here.
A brief respite, but stay alert.
Am I allowed to attack these? Apparently no.
Keep
Good
the
job,
carriages
Governor.
safe.
Hey, healer. How about heal yourself? Assist. Of course.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
I just... Strangling you is too quick. Still, I feel.
Huh?
See, I don't have the, kindness of, it being my brother that I can, like...
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger.
Yeah, like the one I just left.
Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
I hate that I'm taking orders from him. In fact, I am... game.
We're the only ones still struggling?
No.
Time we put our backs into it then! I've been itching for a good scrap.
Oh, it's adorable. Can I attack it now?
You lot all right back there?
Do I have to go back?
We're fine. I'm ready for more.
Don't jinx it!
Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
This is north, right? I'll just stroll along. Meanwhile, at the front line. Literal sleep.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time.
Just a flesh wound.
The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
Our young charges? Am I considered among that?
That I did.
Or are we just saying Alphino and lies in the other? That seems less being able to see. But also badass walk.
That's Vergilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
Nope, I'm gonna be here in a sec.
There's no end to them.
Hi! How are y'all? I have this amazing timing sometimes.
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
I mean, they were keeping me very much in the rear.
There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
Hi, Pippin!
We have them now! Forward!
Right! Let them have it!
I mean, I tend to plan that.
As a raging bull!
I can't get over there. How I'm becoming. Motherfucker uses
That's
missiles.
her! Vergilia!
Do not fall behind!
Enough! Kneel!
Nothing a little bombing is gonna take me out with.
Kneel or die!
Hi again. Did you go and heal? Need to take a, like, powder break? Chains. All the chains.
Tremble before the sun!
May your screams fill the air!
Going after my own goddamn heart. Screams, Billy! I'm not evil. I'm only half evil.
A worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu Hatun.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
It's good that they have the way paved for us, so it's easier to go straight to it.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain.
Yeah, MXLK, I know you're there. I don't believe you died.
800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes.
Do I get to fix this area up too, I'm guessing?
In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth. Freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken.
I'm floating!
In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution.
You mean MXL?
How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum?
MXL? Also, haven't told him about MXL?
Soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks?
Yes, soft-spoken, my ass.
Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone.
Except for me.
Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Hmm.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
Well, if they were the ones that weren't,
consider the
say
question
anything.
after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
New Hope?
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Broken Glass? We're naming it Broken Glass? We are naming it that. Okay. There's a Y'shtola. Sorry, I'm feeling rather unwell. Y'shtola? Oh god, there's a Wilhelm. Trying to find everybody before I talk to... Hell's bells, this place is freezing. Rather be tied up to the top mast of the storm than suffer into this cold any longer. Anyone who can spare a swig of rum, that'll sort me right out. No, it'll actually make it worse. The tempered soldiers are still sleeping soundly while they undergo treatment. There are too many to attend to at once. But I and the other healers will see them all too eventually. Once everything is in place, we'll discuss our next move. All that remains is Latrum. Homes that become empty husk. If this is the state of outlying villages, I dread to think what has become of the capital. We've asked the Ironwork members and some of the other comrades to stay with the airships. In the event we are discovered, we must ready to move them swiftly to a safer location. Radabon taught me a lot of military strategy during exercises in the fringes. Coordinating units with wildly different capabilities, surveying and securing hostile terrain, that sort of thing. Now I have the chance to put his teaching into practice. If Erigil is in our care, along with the rest of the Tempered, glory to Garlemon, glory to Garlemon, they still whisper in their sleep, even as they writhe in pain. Seeing if there's any hiding in the wings. Where's everybody else? There's Grahatia, but where's missing a Irionche and a Thancred and such. Our comrades certainly haven't wasted any time assembling a base of operations. They're already practicing it too, by the looks of it. Did I glaze over with them? I will be sad if I have. Yeah, ones that are dark, usually you can't walk into. Oh well. I tried. It shouldn't be long before we have a half-decent camp with so many helping hands. I was concerned the snow might hinder our progress, but our Iscardian friends are used to working in conditions like these. Well, apparently one of them isn't, which I shouldn't be surprised, actually. In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little further and we'll reach the capital itself. So we shouldn't get too ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Yoshtola and Graha to join us in the building to the northeast of camp? Alize will meet you there, and I will meet you there. Well, good thing I scouted out where they are beforehand. Also, I love her outfit! Oh my god! A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over there once my head is clear. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with the palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower in the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, the presence is overwhelming. Much like the sense I felt in Tower of Zod, only more terrifying. Far more terrifying. Aether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few minutes. Oh, poor Y'shtola. Agraha! Do you know of anything that can help poor Y'shtola? At least, you'll be pleased to know that most of the Tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has passed since, anyone would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no sign of anything has been stolen. It is possible that everyone fled at the first sight of trouble, though it seems to me they've left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there's no conclusive evidence, I suddenly suspect they were Tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting. I'll make my way there. No. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone's here, we will begin. Will I be reading aloud or will you? Excuse me.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
That is a certain amount of luck.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a porxie of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
Yeah, and also healer over here.
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern.
Yeah, we need to feed them.
All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Oh, yeah, it'll be easy for me.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
I'm quite sure Fandango knows exactly where I am.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Not in snow.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Yeah, but what the fuck am I gonna do?
'Twould be my honor to be of service. Though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
Actually, he does, if I'm controlling him.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino.
Cool.
Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rime. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
You're making a huge assumption here. If there are any survivors, I'm sure we'll find them.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return.
Thank you, hon.
You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Are you coming along? There's not a perception that Asgardians live their whole lives in the snow, But it really wasn't that bad before the calamity, and afterwards where I was rarely more than a few paces from raging fire. This dreadful place, on the other hand, is nothing but cold, cold, cold! It's my understanding that Ishbard has always been this way. Gods, can you imagine? I never thought myself much of an explorer, though I suppose my adventures have taken me to all sorts of strange and distant places. With that in mind, traversing ice fields should be a simple feat, though not jinx it! Alberic, do you have anything to say? Several of the Temple Knights are off on reconnaissance at present. We Guardians have seen our fair share of ice in the frost in the past few years, so we're more than ready for this icy bout. The Hrothgar from Boja, on the other hand, are having a devil of a time adjusting to these chilly climes. The warming stones we lent them seem to be a help, though. Any other friends around? Yeah, they're there. Searching for survivors? Hump. If they are truly strong, they will not require aid. While you are gone, we will guard the camp against any man or beast foolish enough to challenge us. My duty as sentinel will afford me little to seek my Numa, though perhaps one among our ranks, bearing some hot meal or such, will prove worthy. Standing atop the enormous edifice to cast their eyes down upon the Dominion, these, Joy Boys and their Ornir have much in common, yet even as Magni and his ilk will not stoop to stealing the minds of their subjects and enemies. When the time comes to storm their stronghold, I shall lead the charge and leave naught but ash in my wake. Hot. Most of the members of Linshears and the Boson Resistance have joined the other scouts in the field, and since Lies and Pippin's troops are already keeping an eye on airships, we of the Steppes shall guard the camp against intruders, though in truth it is we who are intruding in these lands. I see you back there. Chocobago! Kokobani! How many times do I have to tell you to refrain from using magic around the Garleans? For now we must trust the engineers will complete the heating apparatus in sneeze. Time. Training is of vital importance, as it allows us to be ready at a moment's notice. Obvious advice, I know, but it's worth reminding ourselves every now and then. So any spare time I have, I'll be spent in betterment of my abilities. On that note, listen everyone, train hard, train and train hard. Let's show us enemies that no freezing winds or icy hellscapes will break our spirit. You know, reason nothing gets past me. Odd that somebody's named June when the month of June does not exist. I made the mistake of asking Bruin Bar if he knew any effective methods of staving off cold. According to him, working up a sweat from smashing boulders repeatedly with an axe works wonders, though that is hardly the sort of advice I was hoping for. It's not only the tempered that need care. A fair few of our own were wounded. If only we hadn't needed to defend the supply caravan, a lot of more of us could join the front line. Between guarding our supplies and keeping an eye on the tempered as undergo treatment, we are certainly kept busy. It's better than being bored out of your goddamn mind. Stop. Stop. Stop! Greetings, First Storm Lieutenant Ciarfox. If you wish to know out of the current situation, tell me about yourself. My name's Rothschild of the Megan Resistance. When I was offered a place in the Ishbard contingent, I leapt at the opportunity. If you're wondering why I'm so eager to aid the people of Garlemald, the reason is simple. Like many of rest of Gerbania, my hometown, a waypoint oft used by travelers, was under occupation. Times were hard, but they could have been a lot worse if not for one particular Imperial. Although his fellow soldiers were quick to dish out a beating, he stood up for the townspeople without regard for his own reputation and safety. Thanks to him, my family made it to the end of the war more or less unscathed, and this is my way of returning the favor. What kind of place is this? This camp takes its name from the ice covering the ground that cracks whenever you step on it, much like breaking glass. To think that the Garleans made their home in this blasted wasteland all those years ago, not only to live, but thrive. It's given me a newfound appreciation for their hardiness and determination to survive against the odds. The mechanists reckon all the interior heating was just left there consuming ceruleum until there was none left. There were even pots on the stoves, all food inside burnt to soot. In any case, even if we had plenty of fuel, it's the Magitech itself that's buggered. We'll need to look at spare parts or make them ourselves. Pray give me a moment to finish up my designs on the ceruleum heater. I shall have it ready before you know it. Truth be told, I've already warmed up after a much heated debate with a Limsian engineer. For a mercy, we managed to make an important discovery in the process. Arguments! Gods, this place is cold. We have our share of chilly nights on the steppe, but I never experienced anything like this before. Sorry, I'm talking with everybody because I'm a curious little bugger. I'm the quartermaster here. It's my job to make sure the camp remains both well supplied and well maintained. Many of us took quite a beating in the magic glacies, but we all helped each other hobble through the snow and wind, nary a thought for the delegation we belonged to. From now on, we're all firm comrades through thick and thin. Cat, don't knock that over. Excuse me. We have come this far, risk too much to worry solely on our own hides, for there's so much of most at stake. We finally managed to set up camp after marching through all that snow. I hope whoever lived here doesn't mind us using building for shelter, if they're still alive. Alright, Alizé. Gods be good. If this cold is with Tataru's clothing, I dread to think how we fare without it. I must remember to thank her the next we meet, I say as I'm standing here without it. It makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. So, it's Enamorime we go, but where do we even start looking at such a place? Damn, I have to talk to him. Emmanuel is, as usual, milling about aimlessly. Oh, whoa-ho, chumps! Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. That sounds like a rather tall order. Alizé! Thank you, I appreciate. Ahem, since you ask, we're to scour Elben Rime for survivors. Wander around icy fields on the off chance you'll find someone? It'll take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know of just the spot to begin our search. Do you use that telescope to look up women? I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. Not Yeti. Metal Gear Solid. Ah! Sorry, that's the name of a fate. The few buildings I see don't appear to be residents. They may still warrant investigation, though. I'm surprised by how many wild beasts there are roaming about the place. Perhaps now the soldiers have gone, they're free to wander and forage as they please. Why? I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing? Or maybe it's a cow. Not we're after either way. Is that an aether current? No, just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo, what do I see over yonder, yon hillock? It's no mistaking it. That's a girl. Of course that's a girl, you notice. A survivor? Show me. Over there, beyond that tree. Looks like she's running away from something. Surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she has a telescope like mine. As I can tell, she's wearing a pale green dress. Rather fetching one at that. Emmanuel, shut the fuck up. She'll be long gone by the time we get any near, but we should be able to follow her footsteps. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not verge on freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful, thank you, but won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. What are you still here? If you delay any longer, you'll miss your chance to play the hero. I play the hero 99.999% of the time, and I'm kind of confused about that, but anyways. Footprints lead east. Good, I'm not wearing red in the snow. And oh, Alizé is already. So you saw previously, they're leading towards a building. I can't make the Little Red Riding Hood joke because I'm the one wearing red. According to the label here, this place was used to involved with extracting ceruleum. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone inside a building, but the door doesn't look to have been open for some time. She might be still be nearby, so we're looking around. Then again, it's possible she ran past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Surveying. Though is anxiously serving her. Call for a distance might attract wild beasts to your location. Close it without drawing her attention. Goddamn sneaky. Follow the girl from safe distance. Detect you when turning around. Turn around. Don't stare at the chocobo here. There's no chocobo here. The tentacle monsters are not beside you at all, though. Don't worry. You're safe. not a rose! That's called an overgrown rose. What the fuck is that? God damn it! You know what? Doing myself a favor. You die. There's not even, like, actual rose petals on it. I am absolutely... Whoever decided that we were going to add sneaky sneaky to this game needs to be, very, very much interrogated. I'm quite sure that rose does not smell sweet. And also there are other flowers that probably smell sweet too, but you wouldn't call it a rose. Like I said, ignore my chocobo there. Not that it's suspicious that there's a chocobo stalking you or anything. And a fox kit. Dun 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 dun. You know, speaking aloud, by the way, absolutely does not, you know, attract beasts to your attention, you know, making more noise than normal. Thank you for waiting right here. Phew, still in one piece. Boom, motherfucker! Not like I don't have you cornered or anything. Hi. Who are you? Stay back! This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. Yeah, I don't do any the talking. I'm Alphino and this is my sister Alice, and our good friend Ishnai. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid for the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all this. You did this to us. We didn't. I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Joy Boys are the one to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy, our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who have made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we're striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we met who hasn't been already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Joy Boys' influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let us start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Licinia. As far as I've managed to stay sane. I've been asking myself the same question. Ever since that night and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought the fighting might have stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life. Eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. The others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but I didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers, or it was. But now, me and my other fellow, the few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I figured. I just wanted to keep everyone safe. I didn't know if you were... The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Luciana says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with the means of heating the place, as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If it's too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my fire-gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alize? Says the other fire mage here. We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under the gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower. Yes, do as you will. The other fire mage can also do fire. I mean, the other red mage can also do fire. Go talk to them right over here. Sickly. What they need most is a decent meal. We've got food back at camp, but there's a distance to consider. All's well, with food in my belly and a song in my heart. Early signs of frostbite. This must be treated quickly. I can feel my fingers again. Inner turmoil is written plain on her face. I'm sorry. I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. It might get worse a bit before it gets better, but I will try. You know, I've been working up quite a sweat from all that running around, so leave the space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Before the Civil War, I was a student. The others were officials of some sort, I think. After all this time together, we hardly know the first thing about each other. What I do know is we're Garleans. When times are hard, we stick together, no matter what. I can treat their frostbites and their wounds, but it'll take time for the fire to do the work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emmanuel's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Will you make sure everyone gets one? Okay, same thing. The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. From the notorious unreliable. Willing volunteers who are willing to test it. Warming tincture? I've never heard such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it seems absurd after what happens, but it's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from the wind and snow. Food production, water purification. The magitech that sustained it has come to a grinding halt. What Mechana remains operational cannot be run for the lack of ceruleum. Of course, ceruleum engines is full of this stuff, for all good it does. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. Many of our ancestors succumbed to the bitter cold when they first came to these lands, much as we are now. But with discipline and order, any obstacle can be overcome. With every man knows his duty and is held accountable if he shrieks it. Without a hierarchy, this is what we're reduced to. All's well. Yes, ever better. What sweet liberation is this? Is it poison by any chance? 'Twas a joke. If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep. So said the poet. Yeah, I know that feeling. Alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while the brethren lie dead or living on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When the morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace. Are you a poet by any chance? Each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience, preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for a final judgment. What do you want? A tincture? Might as well drink it, I suppose. This is the radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it? We used them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Minus, it is. Not all that useful when the capital fell into ruin. People at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because we all been hearing the same music being played over and over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Amanos. We may have founded an empire in this frozen wastes, but we'll always hope to take back what was once ours. This is a solemn reminder that though we may suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus still lives, and that he speaks through us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be so easily defeated so easily. I have faith you'll deliver us from this madness, your radiance. By your grace shall Garlemund be reborn. See, they had their own god. If there is anything that can be said for Lord Armant, he's not one to leave others to the mercy of the cold. Of course, being a man of Corthus, I'm sure he's more aware of its dangers, but I sense it's not the only reason. Ever since the warm welcome we received at Camp Dragonhead, the hospitality he and his brothers have afforded us have been nothing short of exemplary. Perhaps they aspire to live up to the example set by Lord Edmont. Are we doing better? I'm not sure. What is that? So this is what you gave the others? Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Lathrum? I saw Legatus Vergil's troops headed towards the Magna Glacies a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it? And Vigil and her men are all there now? How did you reach Magna Glacies? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships. Then there might be a way to... Where is everyone? Is something the matter? Voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps the baby Almsey found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been closer to the settlements. I have been known to attack people too. I just have an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head over to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of trappers living there, and people whose life was to extract psyllium. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they'd share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we don't have and couldn't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we have to make our way past those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands. Oh, I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the trappers. You best watch out for baby Almastes while we're away. Yes, of course. If I see any, I should shoot them away. Should you find the entrance can be tricky, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. If you decide, please be careful. I mean, kicking ass and taking names is definitely a... I'm not sure what else these trappers may need besides provisions, though I dare say the capable fighters such as yourself offer them other forms of compensation, culling David's beasts and that sort. Tappers, not trappers. Running, running. What does it say? Please let that be stairs. Yep, running, running, running. I wouldn't say the speed of sound. I am far too slow to be that. I wish it was faster, but I do not have the routing map for this area. Oh, okay. Who goes there? How did you find us? You were kind of standing out here. What do you mean you stand out like a sore thumb? Humph, if the poor bloods over at Victor's Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never found us. Those stuck-up arseholes thought they could come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Ha! Looks like the boot's on the other foot now the capital's gone to shite. So they're resorting to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, Sword. They'll think you give in to intimidation. They've got another thing coming. I mean... I wasn't gonna beat you, for once. Stop. Consider me intimidated. Am I dead yet? No, you're not dead yet. There you are. After you left, Lucidia asked me to go catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I had a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tapper's Den. Well, then after you. Who are you? What happened to the guards? Eorzean rebels are here to save the people of Garlemald? This doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why the hell would you pass up the chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Garlean? You were brought here from other lands? Gerbanya, Xanax, Boja, Damaska, to name a few. Some dragged here against our wills, others fed bullocks about a better life, all to put to work extracting ceruleum. Given the esteemed title of Anne, placing us firmly at the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, as we say. Says we, about the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is the cerulean Ingans, still sustaining us, even with our masters out of the pictures. We heard you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake. But how can you do that if it's frozen over? Ha, wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days, well, with the city in ruins. We take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. Though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all for our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingents we got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Free to go? Go where? Even if we manage to get back to our homelands, there's nothing left for us thanks to the Empire. All the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying here for the time being. So long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by. Even if the Garlemald we knew is gone for good. Gone for good. If you're wondering why we posted guards outside, it's because we had some trouble with other refugees. And I don't mean the ones at Victor's Spoils. Some of them come bearing weapons and won't take no for an answer. As for the two guards you met on the way, I'll tell them we've discussed. Once they've recovered from the beating you gave them. Come to think of it, we should ask your contingent to send some bandages and some healing balm. We do have healers. What the bloody hell did you find us, and who are you? Come here across the ice fields, did you? Then we better hope you weren't followed by any of them crazed soldiers, or we're done for. Regardless of his barred contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause of celebration, while for others, their whole way of life would have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it's for the best that it's consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. The fire we lit at Victor's spoils won't last forever, and it's too dangerous for Lysini and the others to search for more kindling. If we can get them some ceruleum, it'll be one less thing for them to worry about, for a time at least. So you come seeking ceruleum, have you? What, those purebloods as Victor's spoils sent you? To turn their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Lysinia's got her little sister to think about. Little sister, but we only saw Lysinia and 2 men. It's possible she died from whatever ails her. If she needs treatment, I doubt there's any way to get it around here. I may have refused Lysinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something in exchange. But I can spare a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Lysinia would keep her sister a secret from us. We can ask about that after we deliver her ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. Cause she's still afraid of us, to some degree. I don't know the details, but she mentioned a sister 3 years her junior who's in poor health. Being the case, I thought her people would be willing to cough up some supplies in exchange for ceruleum, but maybe they didn't have anything at all after all. Back and forth, back and forth. Bouncy. Running, running, running. Mm-hmm. Fun that Alphino are missing. Isn't quiet, it's too quiet. I would have thought Alphino would still be training by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. Well, look inside the house while you search outside. They couldn't have gone far. They thought they could take out the twink, which I'm guessing. Sickly refugees. Damn it all. They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard. Forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We all know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, then in you swoop. Here to help. What a rot. All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put us at ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're all wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles in a bed that was still warm. It's true, Lucina was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. If I think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. You're trying to help them, you idiot! Your sister's ill. Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she'd put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry, or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. The beasts are everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. You invade our homeland, tainted with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. Garleans should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them, since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. Put him to sleep. I cannot say how Lucina and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. First, I need to tend to my injuries and then theirs. I'll join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. We do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Rob us of our lands, rob us of our pride. No, I'll not allow it. Better to die free than in servitude and shame. The girls, they'd say the same. I'll follow as soon as I can, after I've given them some basic treatment. I'll take them inside and use a light sleeping enchantment to help them rest, and ensure they don't cause any more trouble. I'm sorry, but this is something I must do. Two sets of fresh footprints. Young women, judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. We have a different side of brainwashing we have to work with. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose the route so as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts. You can only imagine how hard it must be for our ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphino's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues, gang! Oh, this is a small fucking area to look for clues, gang. Bird paid fire for a theater group, though running shows advertising long since ended. Flesh blood. Fun! You know what? Let me wear less clothes. Turn to my healer. It shows to be fresh as you mend them out. At least southeastward. Severely wounded. What am I missing? Two bodies are already cold. They killed themselves? I can't raise them.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why? Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have...
Of course they're by flowers. Oh.
We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right.
To have it? Just don't become...
You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
There must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we never come here? Would they still be alive if we haven't? If only we had a chance to talk things over, but it's too late now, too late by far. I may have been shaken, but he's not forgotten his duty. We've already caused enough harm here. Let us return to camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do now is make our report to Lucia, and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. Treatment of the tempered is proceeding as well as expected. If there's anything to report, you will be sure to know. Though I gather you have a report of your own to deliver. Well, I mean, that is October. Except it's called Kinktober on the fanfic. Something the matter? Twins look out of sorts, and you two seemed a bit off. Forgive me for saying, but the three of your appearance seem rather changed since your return. Is there aught I might ask for assistance? You mustn't forget to send some of our allies to Trapper's Den. We still owe them for the bottle of ceruleum. Would you mind giving Lucia the full report? Alizane often said they'll finish their preliminary search for the survivors, but refrained to say much more than that. Clearly they're reluctant to provide the details. Might I ask for your account? So, subbing works. Anyways,
thank you for your report.
How are you doing, Sino? Sino, excuse me.
We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
Sino is a character from Genshin Impact, I'm sorry.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Fun. Murder.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly.
Hey, Haru! How are you? You were playing Archipelago, right? And hi, Apocalypse!
Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies.
Did you get your AC working?
And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil,
or at least figured out what was overheating the room?
And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer.
Legally distinct.
Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, The First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
Where are they getting money?
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varys giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament.
I was making a joke about Babel way before, but apparently it is called Babel, so...
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
Unless his body is being taken over.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you.
What's up?
A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magnai restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Oh, we're actually running.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
Have you no shame in stealing? Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate the raid too, and I hope your chores go well.
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iullus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this.
not taking
Why
any
would
shit.
a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
Oh, good.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
An actual Garlean?
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right.
Can we bring a Garlean with you?
Make them better.
No, my knowledge of everything stopped at the end of Shadowbringers. What would your mother say if I let you 2 go by yourselves?
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
I'll switch back over to my...
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Yes.
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
I worry there will not be the best state of mind to volunteer for this undertaking, but what's done is done. I know you'll take good care of them, and yourself as well, I trust. You shouldn't. No. They are resilient in the face of hardship, you as well. But good intentions and stubborn determination alone will not be good enough for Bringer. But do you mean like doing through the trust system? Be on your guard. Geolus Paribus. It's unusual for one so young to achieve such a high rank. Very unusual. His uniform identifies him as a member of the First, which is a particular fierce reputation. However superior may be, I advise you to approach them with caution. We captured the boy as he was about to make off with our food. He must be very hungry to take such risks. Maybe we should give him something to eat, reward him for his boldness. It's probably unwise to volunteer for a mission so soon after the previous disaster. Nevertheless, I will not squander this opportunity. I know, this won't bring back Licinia or her sister. Taking the same risks, making the same mistakes. It's possible, but better try it than give up every time. The lowly task of keeping watch over the provisions would not normally befit the sun, but these are being unusual circumstances, and I'll let no man take which is not by right theirs. Said your farewells, have you? Yes. I'm also confused on why I haven't... You'll receive as invited guests, so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and to cut yourself accordingly. Ha! Ha! Oh. No customer deliveries or gather crafter things? I didn't think I'm high enough for that. Your safe return takes precedence over. Thancred in particular would be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the fairy watch over. Thancred in particular. Thancred! You sure, Lucy? You and the children ready? I'll explain the route once we're outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it as an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. Level 51. Okay. Where do I unlock it? No, expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Okay. Don't I get the whatchamacallit from her as well? Is that the one that I get the Wondrous Tales? No, that's Cole. Sister. Okay. Where do you think our headquarters are? I assume there's a few others beside him and this commander he mentioned. We do only as instructed. After all, this is what we've been striving ever since we arrived. Remind me to do this after, I guess, I get further into that to do the quest for it. Alright, fair enough. We'll head over that hill to follow the road till we reach Limson Station 4. Children in the lead. I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alizé and he's Alphino. And last but not least, there's Ishnai. Ishnai, where have I heard that before? No matter, Alphino and Alizé will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers you're to run. So you're to run, not saunter. Run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we'll go around them. The part... begin towards... following grind. Find inside to try again. Do you make a dash? I hate this! I haven't really touched any of the crafting stuff for a bit, if you couldn't tell. Well, I find, like, it's a torturous thing for the really low-level crafting quests. Hi. Nothing like the ones in Thanlin. We're here, I think. This is it. The first stop, that is. Good. It looks like your friends know better than to follow us. And these are your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you kept your side of the bargain, we can carry on. I wonder what sort of conditions Julius and his comrades are living in. If there any sense they'd pluck somewhere like this Victor's spoils to take shelter. We're getting closer to the Imperial Palace, if one can so call it that. It's really a terrifying sight to behold. North of the station is Rego Dominrum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us the shred if given the chance. Keep close and no wandering off, understood? Same statement. Lurks around every corner. From here on out, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is safe, getting past the horde straightforward. Getting past the horde doesn't seem as anything. Keep your weapons ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye, they spare their own, but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll best try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I'll lead the way, but in the event you are seen, you're to follow them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, will not have take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. Am I allowed to get on my chocobo, or is this going to be a duty? We'll see when we get there. Nope! It's just going to be this. Alphino and the others are just standing there. Julius is just standing there too. God damn it, we're perfectly capable of holding our own. We must stay alert. I see why your comrades chose you. Julius, our contingent has a cure for affliction, or the tempered, we call them. Your people will need to be taken into custody so that we may administer the treatment, but they'll eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they're no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently tried to reason with them and were butchered with their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. I mean, Alphino can have his NPC bullshit moments. Well, I mean, he's not allowed to draw out his weapon. That's one of the rules that Julius has set up. I hate to watch you bear this burden alone. They say that, looks like we are not being followed. We will continue onward. See, we're kind of going to go visit, you know, people who don't trust us. So they said only 3 of us are allowed to go. And he said them 2 aren't allowed to pull out their weapons. He truly believes there's nothing that can be done for them. No wonder he isn't afraid to get his hands dirty. The surest way to limit casualties is to reach our destination without drawing attention to ourselves. Perhaps afterwards we can try and convince Julius the Tempered can be saved. I mean, I meant what I say. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of desire to remain undiscovered. That there is still higher priority. We need to continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontation. Keep following the railway. Randomly. Say there are mud crabs in this game. At least, unlike, you know, the lobsters in, say, Elden Ring, they don't snipe you from halfway across the goddamn map. Now that is some Eldritch horror shit. think they were once people. Such a transformation is likely irreversible. Look what they become. Do you still stand there and claim they can be cured? Before that point. Those exposed to a vast quantity of primal's aether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now you have seen these monstrosities for yourself. Perhaps you can think twice before speaking of a cure. I mean, the amount of bullshit they've been through, I think cutting hair is one of the last things on their list. Though I wish there was another way. Thank you for keeping us from harm. Even here on the outskirts, it's plain to see how vastly different Garlemald is compared to the other cities. We're almost there. You have to keep your side of the agreement, so I'll keep mine. This way. This is the Terram, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. Varys sent the twins ahead. I'll be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Go on down the stairs with you, like I told you. Or is this your first time in an underground station? They're all over Garlemald. Even during severe blizzards, we used them to travel from one end of the city to another. Back when they were still operational, that is. There's no intention of speaking with you. I had no idea they had such expansive structures built underground. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Most likely Honkai Star Rail, because I need to finish the whole war dance thing. And I, of course, have the character quest of the Swords Girl. If Julius was willing to make the Paris journey to Broken Glass in search of food, then their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you hear as my guests, no others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive, over there. Imposing commander. Certainly looks the part. Now comes the true test. Yeah, Alphino, Silver Tongue.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir.
Is it one that I've kicked the ass of multiple times? Just without a helmet?
I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
Quistis.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our Emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
People are making fucking assumptions and I hate it.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable.
That might have been how you grew up.
Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps.
Why is your mouth glowing?
It was only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together
Hope
to
you sleep
face our
well.
problems as one?
Hope you sleep well.
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage?
Bullshit.
That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord. And peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you, if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
Bitch, I'm not into that.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop. Keep away from that one.
Yes.
The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed.
Bitchin'.
Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
Bitch. Bitch! Bitch! Your mother's gonna absolutely tan my fucking hide. I'm actually scared.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
'Cause I ended the fucking Dragon Song War. And the fact that you know that I'm champion. In the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire. It's so hot! Ah!
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm getting a drink. Well, I mean, refilling my drink.